Madison Bumgarner is on the mound. Paul Goldschmidt is at the plate. That's what fans have in store for them tonight. Bumgarner will be looking to right the ship for the orange and black, while Goldschmidt will try to keep wreaking havoc on Giants pitching. Bumgarner, Goldschmidt, Giants, D-backs, next.
Excellent night for baseball as we come to you from AT&T Park. This is game one of a 4-game series. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in town. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Well, the Giants have not won a game yet at home, and they need to get a win. It would settle everybody down, including us, the fans, the players, especially Bruce Bochy on his birthday. And you have to feel pretty good when Madison Bumgarner's on the hill.
Well, the last time he was on the mound here in AT&T, he was shutting out the Royals in the World Series. You hope that he can stop a 6-game losing streak. Now, Bumgarner's last outing in San Diego, he was not too happy about his release point. He looks to improve upon that tonight to give his team a chance. But the team has to also wake up with the bats. They have been very, very stagnant with the offense. So, who do they get to their opponent? Well, it's a guy by the name of Archie Bradley, who in his last outing allowed 1 hit, 6 shutout innings, and beat Clayton Kershaw. It's the big leagues.
Should be fun tonight watching Madison Bumgarner. Stay tuned. We'll take you to our Comcast Sportsnet studios for an update, and we'll do that right after this.
To you by Jack in the Box. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. By Toyota, #1 in MPG, durability, and resale value. Toyota, let's go places. And by DraftKings.com. Play daily fantasy baseball for free on DraftKings.com with the official daily fantasy partner of Major League Baseball. Enter promo code ORANGE for free entry.
It's a new day and a new team is in town as the Giants take on the Arizona Diamondbacks for a 4-game series. The Giants are struggling to get a win. Heck, they are struggling to score some runs, but tonight they look to turn it around. Welcome back to the Giants game. I'm Amy Gutierrez, and there was a bright spot in last night's Giants loss, and that's Matt Duffy hitting his first Major League home run. He hit a solo shot off of Boone Logan in the 8th. It's our toe goes big play. The toe goes away, and our Dwayne Kuiper has the call.
Duffy, it's a high drive to left. It is out of here. It's his first of the year. He's got a little pop.
He does have a little pop. It's good to hear your home run call again. I thought you might forget how to do it.
All right, well, Matt Duffy went to Long Beach State, where he actually never hit a home run in his college career. Last night, Dwayne Kuiper described him as wiry strong, and the Giants are hoping for that pop to be back in the lineup tonight. And, of course, Dwayne's hoping so he can make that home run call. Giants baseball is coming up. Lineup's first pitch, Kruk and Kuip, all of it after the break, so stay with us.
Jack in the Box. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. By Toyota, #1 in MPG, durability, and resale value. Toyota, let's go places. And by DraftKings.com. Play daily fantasy baseball for free on DraftKings.com with the official daily fantasy partner of Major League Baseball. Enter promo code ORANGE for free entry.
It's a new day and a new team is in town as the Giants take on the Arizona Diamondbacks for a 4-game series. The Giants are struggling to get a win. Heck, they are struggling to score some runs, but tonight they look to turn it around. Welcome back to the Giants game. I'm Amy Gutierrez, and there was a bright spot in last night's Giants loss, and that's Matt Duffy hitting his first Major League home run. He hit a solo shot off of Boone Logan in the 8th. It's our toe goes big play. The toe goes away, and our Dwayne Kuiper has the call.
Duffy, it's a high drive to left. It is out of here. It's his first of the year. He's got a little pop.
He does have a little pop. It's good to hear your home run call again. I thought you might forget how to do it.
All right. right, well, Matt Duffy went to Long Beach State, where he actually never hit a home run in his college career. Last night, Dwayne Kuiper described him as wiry strong, and the Giants are hoping for that pop to be back in the lineup tonight. And, of course, Dwayne's hoping so he can make that home run call. Giants baseball is coming up. Lineup's first pitch, Kruk and Kuip, all of it after the break, so stay with us.
Take the field. Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Admission is free. Visit online for park hours at beachboardwalk.com. 62 degrees, 38% humidity, winds at 12 miles per hour, and it's clear. Here's the Diamondbacks lineup. They come in with a record of 4-5. It'll be Inciarte to lead things off, followed by Pollock, and then that guy, the guy that you have to avoid, and that's Paul Goldschmidt. See what he's done against the Giants since 2012. Trumbo will be the cleanup hitter. Then it's Hill, Owings, and Gozowicz. Gozowicz is hitting 7th, and it's Ahmed, and Archie Bradley is going to pitch and bat 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be the left-hander Madison Bumgarner, 6'5", 235-pounder. Bumgarner, 25 years of age. He is a 5-year veteran at the big league level. In 2 starts, he's 1-1 with a 5.40 ERA. For Bumgarner, you're going to see a low 90s fastball with a natural cut. He'll dominate the inside part of the plate on right-handers when he's on. He's got a slider, a curveball, and a changeup to go with it. Lifetime against these Arizona Diamondbacks, 7-4 with a 2.61 ERA. And in fact, the last 5 starts that he has had against these D-backs, the Giants have won all 5 of those games. And that included his opening day assignment this year in Phoenix. Let's take a look at the defense playing behind Bumgarner tonight. Starting in the Giants outfield from left to right, it'll be Aoki, Pagan, and Blanco. Crawford and Duffy on the left side of the infield, Panic and Belt on the right side. And Buster Posey, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs. As Bumgarner tries to snap this 6-game losing streak. This is really when you need your ace to give you a real strong chance to win. This game, like any other game at this level, the longer you go without a win, the harder it is to win. Let's take a look at the grips that Bumgarner will use tonight. Starting with the 4-seam fastball. He'll also throw a 2-seam fastball. That's where he gets his sink. It has a little tail that runs away from righties. And there's the curveball, the pressure point on the middle finger. And then the slider, almost like a 4-seam fastball grip, it just bulges a little bit off of the forefinger. And then there's the circle changeup with the weak side of his hand behind the ball. And that's what allows him to throw fastball arm action, but changeup speed.
So here's Bumgarner about to throw the first pitch to Ender Inciarte, and this game gets started with a called strike.
Inciarte has been hot. When he steps in that batter's box hitting .406, and he is a get-on-base machine.
And the 0-1 delivery. Fouled out of play, 0-2. So I know what you're waiting for, Mike. The first curveball.
Well, you're right. I mean, in the last two starts, Bumgarner really has not had that pitch. And I think that, you know, to have a good curveball, you have to have a strong front side. You have to be locked in. He complained about being side to side with his delivery, meaning he's had different release points, and his control has suffered.
Is that it?
And that's the first one he's thrown, and that's a good one. The last outing against San Diego, he never really established the knee-high location. He was up with just about everything, and the curveball was just not a friend. Just a lot of curveballs high and away to righties. And those are the numbers. Just 3 innings of work, and that's rare for a Bumgarner. He's an innings eater.
Hit on the ground to Belt, and Bumgarner got a late jump, but he's going to beat Inciarte to the bag.
You wonder what he uses most of the time to pitch. Now, you see last year, 44% fastball, 35% cutters. And both of those are really pretty much fastball speeds. This year, it isn't that much different. 82% of the time, he's going with the fastball and the cutter. Starting to throw a few more fastballs than the cutter this year. I think that's out of necessity because he hasn't had a great feel with it. The cutter.
Pollock.
So bottom line, if his mechanics are good tonight, I mean, he'll throw everything. But I still think he's a guy that will ride that fastball because of its natural cut and movement into the right-hander. He'll throw that a lot.
1-0 to Pollock, hitting at .250. And he takes a strike against Bumgarner. 8 for 28. He does have 3 doubles, a triple, and a lifetime home run.
And really, the strike zone tonight, I think, favors a guy who likes to throw on the hands, and that would be Bumgarner.
And there's that breaking ball pulled into the Giants' dugout.
C.B. Bucknor, the plate umpire, he is really, I think, a high ball preference guy. He can be a bit inconsistent with breaking balls, but if Bumgarner's getting that high strike on the hands to right-handers, he's going to have a good night.
Just outside, you saw the other umpires. It's Siegel at first, Barrett at second, and Asanya is at third. This is a 4-game series, so we'll see all of these gentlemen at some point behind home plate. 2-2 pitch. Tap slowly. Tough play for Duffy. On the move. Just got him. Pollock runs well.
Well, for Matt Duffy, really still trying to learn the third base position. And I have to ask you, Kipe, is a shortstop and a second baseman coming in on the ball, you have a little angle. Here, you're going right towards the first baseman. Is that a difficult throw?
Well, it's a lot easier to throw from there than it is for the second baseman. You can see he can just get all his momentum going right where he's going to throw, and he makes a good throw.
It's our X Moments brought to you by your local Toyota dealer.
Here's Goldschmidt. We always say this before the Diamondbacks come into town, and that's avoid this guy. And even if you try to avoid him, he still seems to hurt you.
He's hot. He's using the whole field. When he's hitting the ball to right field, you know he's dialed. And he did that yesterday in the game against the Padres in a field where it's not easy to hit a home run to right field. And he cleared it by a bunch. But he is very balanced right now. You see the defense pretty much straight away.
And he just gets underneath this one. And it's Pagan waiting. And Bumgarner with a 1-2-3 first inning. Nori Aoki's going to lead things off when we come back. Birthday. This is what he wrote out. Aoki will lead it off, followed by Blanco, and then Pagan. Pagan's hot right now, 7 hits in his last 13 at bats. Buster Posey will be the cleanup hitter. Then it's Belt, Duffy, and Panic. Crawford 8th and Bumgarner 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks will be the rookie right-hander Archie Bradley. Big guy, 6'4", 230 pounds. Recruited to play football and baseball at the University of Oklahoma. He is from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. When you take your bats against Bradley, you're going to see a healthy fastball that goes low to mid-90s. He will 2-4 seam. He's got a big curveball and a changeup, but you're going to see a lot of fastballs. His last outing against the Dodgers, 6 strong innings. 1 hit allowed. He walked 4, struck out 5, and shut out the Dodgers. Then he beat Clayton Kershaw. So that's how he got his year started. So you know he's pitching with confidence, but he is not a guy that has pinpoint control. He can get a wild hair up his nose.
So, hey, you did your homework. Football player?
Well, yeah, look at him. I mean, the guy's huge.
It's a ball and a strike to Nori Aoki, hitting .375. On a ground to short. Nick Ahmed throws him out.
Let's take a look at that defense for the D-backs. Starting in the outfield from left to right will be Inciarte, Pollock, and Trumbo. The best arm in left field with Inciarte. Ahmed, Hill. They'll be on the left side of the infield. Owings and Goldschmidt will be on the right side. Tuffy Gozowicz, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Gregor Blanco moved up in the batting order. Off to a bit of a slow start. Gregor Blanco. 241 with an RBI. 2-0.
Bradley, a former first-round pick for the D-backs in 2011, the 7th pick overall.
Three 3-0. Pagan to follow, and then Posey just underway here at AT&T Park. The only game going on right now. 3-0 strike. Everything else has been completed. Happy birthday to that man.
He's in the club.
Asked him how old he was, and he gave what you would expect him to give. How old am I, or how old do I feel? The 6th grade will make you feel about 10 years older than what you are.
Well, he's 60, and you're right. 6-game losing streak should make you feel like you're 75.
And the walk. So Blanco does his job. He gets on for Pagan. Pagan last night had a good night. He went 3 for 4 and knocked in a run. Blanco, a threat to steal. He doesn't have a stolen base this year. And there's a strike. That's an easy 91. Bradley gets the sign from Gozowicz. Blanco goes. And he is safe. Did not get a great jump, but he still stole the bag. And that's his first.
Well, he picked a great pitch to steal on. Big curveball. Gozowicz, he's got a pretty quick release. Gets it down there in around 2 seconds, which is about average for big league catchers. But not fast enough that time.
One and two. See the Giants, what they've done in the last 7 games with runners in scoring position. Ugly. 1-2 pitch. Here it is to Angel Pagan. And that runs inside. 2-2.
Good pitch. Didn't miss by much. You don't get big corners with C.B. Buckner. And they're not consistent corners.
Two and two. Posey watching from the on-deck circle.
Bottom line is, I wouldn't take that pitch again.
No, I thought it was a strike. Blanco with good speed at second. Got him. So Pagan gone. And here's Buster Posey.
A two-seam fastball right on the outside corner at the knees. I think that's a pretty good pitch. With 2 strikes, I think that's the spot you need to defend.
So here's Buster Posey. Up the middle, and a base hit. And here comes Blanco, and the Giants lead 1-0.
Well, the one thing the Giants have not been able to do early in the game is get this crowd in the game. As you mentioned, 4 for 47 with runners in score position, and this is a long drought. It ends in 0 for 8 for both Posey as well. Just win it down, get short, go back up the middle.
Nothing more than a nice little ground ball up the middle.
Easy jump for Blanco. You see Roberto Kelly putting the wave on with 2 outs, an easy score.
Here's Belt. Overshift is on for Belt. And he takes low and in. Belt is 2 for 17. Hurt his groin in that opening series against Arizona. and did not play in San Diego. There's a strike.
There's the wishbone defense. Still, you see a lot of room on the foul line as right fielders in this ballpark will cheat towards the right center field gap because of Triple Alley.
Batting practice today, the ball was carrying, and also the infield's pretty fast right now. Ground balls were scooting through. Right over the on-deck circle. It's 1-2. He's a Brandon Belt fan.
Well, his nickname when he got to the big leagues as a rookie was the baby giraffe because at times he would look a bit awkward. And it stuck.
It was awkward coming in on a fly ball in Milwaukee. Pitch in the dirt, 2-2.
Duffy on deck.
Belt goes the other way, but it's right at Inciarte, and that'll end the inning. Giants on the board. Second inning coming up. July 13th of last year, Giants against the D-backs, and what did Buster Posey do? He hit a grand slam, and that was pretty cool. But the guy on the mound was Madison Bumgarner, and what did he do? He hit a grand slam, and that was very cool. Bumgarner hit 2 grand slams last year. Yeah, the first time in Major League history, a starting catcher and pitcher both hit grand slams. Very cool.
That is very cool.
It is very cool. Here's Trumbo. Inside to Trumbo, 1 ball and no strikes. Tony Cloninger is the other pitcher to hit 2 grand slams in a season. And I think Cloninger did it in the same game. That's a pretty good game.
That's a pretty good game.
I'm assuming he got the win.
I mean, that's a good 2 weeks in a game.
1-1 to Trumbo, hitting .281. Here's that breaking ball Mike was talking about in our open, 1-2.
That's a pitch that he did not have the first 2 starts this year. And he and Dave Righetti spent some quality time on the mound between starts trying to find that release point, be more consistent with it. And that has proved positive that it was a good session.
Uh-oh, deep to left. Aoki's looking up, and it is gone. And this game is tied. And that's the first of the year for Trumbo.
That was no cheapie either.
Came on a 1-2 pitch.
Little slider that just sort of hung out there middle in above the 5. That's when you're heading to count 1-2. This is a location mistake, and Trumbo, as big and as strong as he is, even in a 2-strike count, he can hit the ball a long way.
Hill bounces it foul.
Reaction from Madison Bumgarner. He knew it. Can you do a haircut? Get yourself a home run. You get that, a piece of bubble gum.
Here's the 0-1 to Hill. It's the first home run Bumgarner has allowed this year. Two balls and 1 strike. Hill 7 for 28 with 3 doubles and 2 home runs lifetime against Bumgarner.
Did you get a piece of bubble gum when you had a haircut when you were a kid?
No.
We had a guy that gave us baseball cards that had bubble gum in it. I wanted to get a haircut every week.
Well, we had to get bubble gum from my dad then.
He did your haircuts?
He cut our hair.
Did you use a bowl?
No. If we wanted hair left on our head, you had to put your hand up and then he'd cut around your hand. So if you want a little left in the front, he'd cut around your hand. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And a full count to Aaron Hill, who's hitting 185. He's 5 for 27.
Well, your brother Jeff, our producer, still wears his hair that way.
Yeah, Jeff was the one that put his hand on his head. And the walk. All right, let's check in with Amy G. Amy?
All right, guys, it is Bruce Bochy's 60th birthday. Happy birthday to the skipper. About turning 60, he said, hey, it's a good number. It definitely beats the alternative. He also said it's kind of a large number. It wakes you up a little bit when you realize that you're on the backside of life. That's his quote. He also said it's a number to celebrate, and he told us what he wants for his birthday, guys. A lot of runs. Let's give it to him. Dwayne and Mike.
Well, 1 every inning so far.
Yeah. Hey. It's a start.
Chris Owings. Here's a strike. Owings 2 for 10 lifetime against Madison Bumgarner. He's 2 for 23 on the season.
You've had some problems with your mechanics, as Bumgarner has had the last couple starts. There's a couple of things you concern yourself with when you get into your next start. Number one, can you take the mechanics you work out on the side into the game, which he's done, and he's done it out of the windup. And then the next test is, can he do those same mechanics out of the stretch, which he's finding out right now. And then the other thing, of course, is can you maintain those mechanics throughout the game?
Owens fouls it back. It's 1-2.
Pretty compact for a big man. He's 6'5", 235 pounds. Not a lot of leg kick at all, and he's always had a huge upper body turn. And the foot plants. He's got his hand in a high position. And part of his success at this level has been because of the deception. You don't pick him up very easily in the box, and that's for both lefties and righties. Hides it well.
And Owens is out. A foul tip held on by Buster Posey. So out number 1 here in the second.
Now, this is where he likes to go, that high fastball above the hands. That has always been a really good kill pitch for Bumgarner. And he buries this thing nicely right above the knob of the bat. First strikeout of the night.
Here's Tuffy Gosewich. He's hitting right at 200. And a first pitch strike, and it's 0-1.
You're in the infield, on the left side of the infield, playing shortstop or third base in a game that Madison Bumgarner's pitching. You better be on your toes because you're going to get some work.
And third base coach has got to be on his toes. Is that an error?
Yeah, that's E10. That's our ball dude in left field tonight, Gary Fralick. I do like the number. All right, let's take a look. Gary, we got it. We got this one. Almost a Schinberger. He needs more glove.
And he is out of here. Buster Posey's got a beat on this one.
Well, the Dodgers coming to San Francisco next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, our ninth game, 7:15 starts, and Thursday, April 23rd, is the final game of the series, and it's day baseball in the city with a 12:45 start. You need tickets, go to sfgiants.com/tickets.
Dodgers already?
Oh, yeah.
And then the next trip, it's Dodgers, right?
Yeah, that's right. Starting next Tuesday, the Giants play 6 out of 9 against Los Angeles.
Here's Nick Ahmed, and this is going to be a base hit. Ahmed came in hitting 136.
Well, you know, that's pretty much an easy. You see where Duffy, the third baseman's playing, but I mean, this is where if you're an eighth hitter, you're going to bunt and set it up for a pitcher.
We don't know if Archie Bradley is a great hitter or not.
It's perfect for him on the drag bunt. And you're right, we don't know much about Archie Bradley other than he's a good athlete. He's a multi-talented sport guy, a multi-sport guy.
No balls in one strike.
And he can move the wood a little bit. But unless he's a great hitter, and he's proven it up here, I don't think that's a good play for an eighth place hitter.
Your point being he could hit one in the gap.
That's right.
Oh, and 2. Trumbo led off the inning with a home run to tie the game. Bumgarner climbing the ladder. It's 1-2. D-backs come into this game 4-5. Giants are 3-7. Got him, and that'll end the inning. Trumbo's home run ties it up. Duffy, Panik, and Crawford coming up.
Brought to you by the Solar Company. Not just any solar company. The Solar Company. Switch to solar and save.
Well, if you're looking for the best coverage of San Francisco Giants baseball, all you got to do is log on to csnbayarea.com. As insider, Alex Pavlovich will provide wire-to-wire reporting of the Giants' 2015 season. Breaking news, videos, special features, and more only on csnbayarea.com.
Here's Matt Duffy. Strike to Duffy. Duffy at his first Major League home run in the game last night. And the 0-1. Rich Bochy said Casey McGee just not there yet.
Close. Like that pitch.
Two balls and a strike. Sharply on the ground to Owings. Well. Hey, the big units here. And he is our Ford right choice. How about that?
Well, played for the Expos, the Mariners, the Astros, the D-backs, the Yankees, and he finished his career here in San Francisco, and he had his 300th win here. 5-time Cy Young Award winner. And this year he's going into the Hall of Fame, a first ballot Hall of Famer. And believe me, it was our pleasure to get to know this native of Livermore. And what a career he had.
Change it right. The panic. Brandon Crawford on deck. Now that's the first time that pitch has been called a strike.
Well, that's what happens with C.D. Buckner, and that's the inconsistencies of the corner that will make hitters rubberneck and make managers get quite loud with their criticism. No doubt about that one.
Randy Johnson, as you saw in that graphic, won his 300th game in June 2009 in a Giants uniform.
He made the play of the game, and this is what was that play of the game.
He ended up injuring himself there, and this was the save by Wilson. His family was in town. That was the game on a doubleheader. It was a wet 3 days in Washington, D.C. As Crawford lays down a bunt, and this one's going to roll foul.
Hey, Downey's here.
In 1999, when Randy Johnson was at his very best, Charlie Hayes got into it. Both teams came on the field, and this is the first time Randy Johnson was a Giant.
Well, we thought he looked good in that hat.
He said, "Does this thing fit?" Oh well.
Well,
every time we see that, we laugh.
It never gets old. But hey, he wound up here. And if that hat wouldn't have been 6 sizes too small, he'd have left it on.
2-1 to Crawford. Oh.
There's Randy Johnson. And it will be a very busy summer for him this year.
3-1 to Crawford. Crawford trying to get on for Bumgarner. And he will. That's the second walk issued by Bradley.
Beautiful night, calm night, great night for baseball here in the Bay. A couple nights ago, Madison Bumgarner received his Silver Slugger Award for leading the pitchers last year in the National League with his offensive statistics. So he can hit.
High fly ball, center field in the park to Pollock. And that'll end the inning. Top of the order coming up for the D-backs. It's 1-1.
The Warriors playoffs is right here, Comcast Sportsnet. Game 1, Warriors taking on the Pelicans Saturday 11:30 a.m. And then Game 2 coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. You'll see it right here on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Game 2 will be live on Comcast with Fitz, JB, and Roz. Games 3, 4, 5, and 6, if necessary, will be on CSN. So congratulations to a sensational season and best of luck to the Warriors in the playoffs. And the Oracle will be rocking.
Indeed it will, as it should be.
Well, they've been so fun to watch. What a great story they have been this year.
So here's Inciarte to lead things off. Inciarte opened up the game with a ground ball to Belt. Here he takes a late call strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Inciarte shaking his head. Thought that was high. You're an umpire with a reputation of being a bit inconsistent. I mean, players will let you know early. Can't shake your head about that one. That was perfect.
1-2. And a bit wide. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pollock to follow, and then Goldschmidt. So Inciarte just spoiling that high fastball. outfield pretty much straight away against Inciarte, and he shoots this one in the hole for a base hit.
Break a ball a little flat up there right at the belt, but a nice job of going the other way with it for Inciarte. As we mentioned before, he's been red hot. And when you're hitting two strike mistakes the other way, and you have good control of that bat head, and you can see right there why he's got the batting average that he took into this game. Came in hitting .406, and it's going up. Beautiful night in San Francisco.
Here's Pollock. Pollock bounced out to Duffy at third, and he takes a strike. Pollock took a long look at third base coach Andy Green. Inciarte's got one steal. He's also been caught one time. Goldschmidt on deck. A 1-1 ball game here in the third. Just outside to even the count. Yep. The Champions family is here.
How can you tell?
1 ball and 1 strike. Hit into center field right at Pagan. And that'll bring up Goldschmidt.
Well, 2010, 2012, 2014. They spent a lot of time putting this together.
And I think they had a seat chart.
Yeah, I mean, they have to walk in that order. They have to sit in that order.
Goldschmidt hit a high towering pop-up into center field in the first inning. Talked about his power. There has not been in the history of this park a right-handed hitter to hit one into the water in right field. This guy is capable of doing it.
He could do it. Absolutely he can. He's red hot. This is not a steal situation for Inciarte. I mean, if you're in first base and Goldschmidt's up, you're in scoring position.
Hit into right field. And it's Blanco coming in and making the diving catch.
It does give you an idea the type of play coverage on this swing of the bat from Goldschmidt. Because this thing is right out there at the knees away, and he rifles it into right center. Now, if the Giants don't have Blanco cheating over towards right center, like most right fielders will play in this ballpark, that's through to Triple's alley. Times it perfectly. Puts a snag on it. Bumgarner digging it. Everything about that was the big leagues. The pitch, the swing of the bat, and the defense.
So Trumbo waits on the 1-0, and there's a backdoor breaking ball that misses. 2 balls and no strikes. Just saw a picture on Twitter, Mike, of Brian Stowe throwing out the first pitch tonight in San Jose. And he did not get out there by way of a wheelchair. He got out there by way of a walker.
Amazing story.
Swinging a foul on the 2-0 pitch.
Brian Stowe, if you don't know the story, was critically injured. He was beaten opening day in Las Los Angeles a few years ago, as we see Trumbo's first at bat in a 2-strike situation, rifles one out of here. And for the longest time, we didn't know how much Brian Stowe we were going to get back because of the severity of his brain injury. And now he's thrown out the first pitch tonight in San Jose. It's a beautiful story.
2-2.
And it really is a testimony to the love and support of his friends and his family.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Inciarte, who opened up the inning with a base hit, has his lead at first. Bumgarner trying to tie up Trumbo. Throws it inside. It's 3-2.
I have a better shot with that.
I don't think he was trying to back him off the plate there. I think he was trying to plant that little cut on the hands just off the plate in.
Inciarte will go now, 3-2.
He'll check that winner.
To Trumbo. Popped him up. Who's it going to be? It's Panic. And that'll end the inning. Nice play in this inning by Gregor Blanco. As we head to the bottom of the third, it's 1-1.
As the Swinging Skirts LPGA Classic returns to Lake Merced, come see the world's best golfers April 22nd. Go to swingingskirtslpgaclassic.com for tickets.
Here's Nori Aoki to lead things off here in the bottom of the third inning, a 1-1 ball game. Aoki grounded out to short to open up the bottom of the first. And Bradley falls behind, 2 balls and no strikes. (3-0).
Aoki has really been fantastic at getting on base. Lead the team with a .468 on base percentage. When you're doing that out of leadoff position, you are helping your club. Problem is, all the times he's been getting on base, he's only scored 5 runs.
Swinging here, and he gets a base hit to right field. Well, the commemorative gold jerseys and caps that will be worn during the ring ceremony this Saturday are now available at any one of our 10 Bay Area Giants dugout store locations. The dugout store locations have the largest selection of gold player jerseys. The last time this happened, the limited edition collection was sold out, so get to the dugout store now. Very cool. It'll be very cool on Saturday.
Yeah, that's a good look.
I might rather wear one of those than a tuxedo.
Let's do that.
Here's Gregor Blanco.
Yep, Snot Rocket showed up. And is that Mrs. Snot Rocket?
Well, I can tell you that wouldn't work in our house. No.
Ain't having it.
I ain't having it. He asked her, would you like a Mrs. Snot Rocket jersey? And you can see what she said.
She said, ain't having it. That's probably the same answer I get in my house.
One and 0 to Blanco. You wait that long, the hitter eventually is going to ask for time.
Well, CB Proctor, I don't think he was expecting that there'd be a pitch. Look out, CB.
Aoki goes, and he is out.
They talk about the quick release from Gozewich. And boy, did he use it there. And watch the mechanics. Catch, step, throw, a strike right to Ahmed, and all he has to do is drop the glove. Easy call for Lance Baird, second base umpire.
Just strike. Two and one with Pagan on deck. Now it's 2-2. So promising, a runner on, nobody out, 2-0 to Blanco. Now it's nobody on, one out. And Bailey gotten it back to 2-2. And this has hit the second. Two outs for Pagan.
Sellout crowd tonight. There'll be over 41,000 here at AT&T.
It was a warm day. Was it warm in the city?
Oh, smoking.
How's your air conditioning?
We do not have air conditioning. Not many people do in the city of San Francisco. So a 76 degree day, it feels like 103 in the desert.
Absolutely.
I said tonight would be a sellout. I'm not really going out on a limb.
No.
Giants have sold out 330 consecutive games coming into tonight's ballgame.
In the dirt to Pagan.
Really a testimony to the success that this team's had the last 5 years. And it is a fun place to come.
Outside to Pagan. Pagan right now trying to get something started with 2 outs. Trying to get Buster Posey to the plate. hit to second. And Pagan's retired. After 3 here at AT&T Park, it's 1-1.
Geico quote. This one comes from Bruce Bochy on choosing the lineup. You guys have heard me say it. They really determine their playing time with how they're playing. And he lives by that.
Yes, he does.
Not only how much they play, but where they'll hit the lineup. But to put a few swings together that look aggressive, boom, you go right up the ladder.
Indeed, Irish Heritage Night tonight. Here's Aaron Hill. Still takes a strike. Hill drew a walk in the second. Out to Pagan in center field, who comes in and puts it away. Let's check in with Amy G.
All right, guys, we got to take a minute to congratulate Chip Hale. It is his first year as a major league manager with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and he's a Bay Area kid. Spent his childhood growing up in Cupertino and then moved over to Moraga, where he went to Campo Lindo High School. Of course, he was the A's bench coach 2012 through 2014. I asked him, have you ever managed a game here at AT&T Park, because Bob Melvin maybe got thrown out, and he said, no, Bob didn't get thrown out. I did. Guys?
That's right. Here's Owens, who fouls it off of Buster Posey, and it's 0-1. There's the coaching staff for this Arizona Diamondbacks team. Owens struck out in the second. Here he rolls it foul. It's 0-2.
A lot of Bay Area ties in the front office. Tony La Russa resides in Alamo. He's the chief baseball officer, the general manager. Dave Stewart, native of Oakland.
Swing! Tony.
Good curveball, and it's the same pitch that he got the out on with Aaron Hill. It just gives him a third speed. And here, going down below the strike zone, you can see the reach in the bat of Chris Owens. And that is a pitch that he did not have the first two starts of this year. And he's got it going tonight.
Here's Tuffy Gozowicz He popped out to Buster Posey in the second. Blanco on the move, and Blanco tracks it down, and that'll end the inning. Posey, Belt, and Duffy coming up. It's 1-1.
Brought to you by Lenardi's Markets. For a location near you, visit Lenardi's.com or find us on Facebook. Lenardi's, quite simply the best.
Well, the 2015 All-Star Teacher brought to you by Provident Credit Union. Vote at csnbayarea.com/AST. It's the 9th season of this CSN All-Star Teacher program, and it recognizes teachers that make a difference. csnbayarea.com. Do that and vote. It's 1-1 as Buster Posey stands in. Posey's base hit in the first inning knocked in a run. Here he takes a strike. Belt and then Duffy.
You're watching Posey get ready for a game. He's not a guy that takes a lot of extra cage time or spend a lot of time on the tee. He has a very precise routine he does every day, but he doesn't want to wear himself out.
Into the hole. Ahmed will get up and throw in the dirt. Goldschmidt digs it out. Nice play.
Yeah, that's the big leagues right there. That's spectacular defensive play. What always amazes me is how quickly an infielder can go down in his belly, get to his feet, get square to a position, square to his target, get off a throw. And for Ahmed, I mean, he was deep in the hole. Took one away from Posey.
Here's Belt. Belt lined out to left field. Fouls it back.
But I mean, you know, you've seen a lot of guys prepared differently for a game. We watched Aaron Rowan when he was here in San Francisco, and he hit more than any human being I've ever seen. That's all he did was hit. And Posey just feels that you can wear yourself out, especially if you're a catcher. So he does a little tee work. He takes his rounds in the cage, and that's pretty much it. Rare that he even shows up for an extra batting practice session. What he thinks about when he's warm up on the tee, one piece, stay in one piece. And when he makes reference to that, it's all about stride, the way your hip comes out, the way your shoulder comes out, and the way your whole front side comes out together. And that's what he works on.
Belt works it to a 2-2 count. Belt fouls it out of play.
I think that's a real hand.
No, but try getting that beer away from that hand. That ain't going to happen.
Yep.
Another 2-2 pitch to Belt. And it's 3-2.
I see the big hand. It makes me smile every time.
Every time.
Game a bit. It's Irish night. Put your green on. Head out to the yard.
Got him.
That's a good curveball. It's great. Tuffy goes to his step, and he was going to start throwing it around. He realized there was no third baseman down there. He had put the shift on. You cannot throw a better curveball than this. Knuckle curve, little spike curl right there outside corner, knee high.
Bradley with 3 strikeouts. All 3 have been looking. There's Duffy, who bounced out to second.
He joined the club last night. His first major league home run. Well, we found out last night after the game, we didn't know. Our partner Dave Fleming said that when he was at Long Beach State, his whole career, he never hit a home run.
He hit it pretty good. This is what it looked like.
No cheapie indeed. He hit 13 in the minor leagues once he signed a professional contract.
Owings to his left will throw out Duffy, and that'll end the inning. Through 4 here at AT&T Park, it remains 1-1. Let's check out our AT&T U-verse rewind. Madison Bumgarner last year in postseason against the Kansas City Royals. He had 4 hits, no walks, 8 strikeouts, a complete game, and that's our AT&T U-verse rewind. Not bad. They needed to win that game 5. So here's Nick Ahmed. Ahmed on the first pitch, pops it back and out of play.
I like that shot there at the end. Bumgarner standing next to Ken Rosenthal. You get an idea how tall Bumgarner is. Rosenthal 6'2". Well, not really, but Bumgarner is a big guy.
Foul back again, nothing in 2. Well, if Rosenthal's 6'2", then Bumgarner is at least 7 feet. 0-2 to Ahmed with Bradley on deck.
Rosenthal, one of the good guys in this game.
He is. Works hard. In the dirt, 1-2. Five hits in the game. Diamondbacks with 3, the Giants with 2. 1 hit has left the park. That's the Crumbo home run. Up the middle and a base hit. So Ahmed opens up the inning with a base hit.
That's 3 out of 5 times the leadoff hitter has gotten on base against Bumgarner tonight. Well, most innings pitched in a single season with regular season and postseason combined since 2000. And Bumgarner at 270. Look at Schilling, what he and Randy Johnson did in 2001. 596 innings between the two. And of course, that was the year that the Diamondbacks won the World Series. They were a tremendous 1-2 punch.
Bradley struck out in the second. And a strike. It's rather than 2. That's the pitch you want to bunt. It's soft and it's up.
Bumgarner's had fun with that pitch tonight. Looks like he got an old toy back.
And Belt will put it away. So Bradley does not get the job done, and here's Enciarte.
Watch Belt crashing hard. I mean, he was out no matter if he catches the ball because it was a foul ball with 2 strikes. But hey, one more put out.
Enciarte takes a strike. He singled in the 3rd inning.
Giants taking the bunt away. They have Matt Duffy playing in on the grass on the 3rd base side. Enciarte with above average speed.
One ball and 1 strike. On deck is Pollock. Hit on the ground. Belt's going to cut it off. They get 1 there, and that's all they'll get.
Now that's a big one. They keep the runner from getting in the scoring position.
Well, if Belt doesn't get it, Panic will get it, but he won't be able to get the play at second.
I'm not sure they're going to get Enciarte at first. I mean, he just runs too well.
Oh, you're saying he probably would have beat Bumgarner to the bag.
I don't think
you're
they get
right.
him out.
So here's Pollock with 2 outs.
And this is a steal situation for Inciarte. He's tried twice this year. He's been successful once. And Bruce Bochy, sensing the same thing, calls a throw over.
And a snap throw. This one's dug out by Brandon Belt. Top of the 5th inning. 1-1 game. On deck is Goldschmidt. I'd like to see Goldschmidt lead off for 6. One ball and no strikes.
I mean, that's why it's a steal situation. If you're successful, you got a runner in score position. They're gonna pitch to Pollock. It's not like they're gonna pitch around Milwaukee with Goldschmidt on deck. They're gonna throw strikes at him. And if he's not successful, then you get the lead off with Pollock.
There's a strike.
I'm really surprised that we haven't seen it go already. Let's see out there. Usually likes to go early in the count.
Padres, Rockies, Dodgers all with a day off today. Hit to right field. And this is a fair ball. And the Giants catch a break.
Well, they really do. I mean, that would have been an easy score for Inciarte. With 2 outs, he was off the crack of the bat. And that's going to set it up for Mark Trumbo, because the Giants are not going to pitch to Goldschmidt.
I don't think they caught a break by where this ball hit.
No. Chalk shot. But here's where they catch the break. It goes through the railing there. The Virgin America suite. Look at this, they're pitching to him. How about this? Some respect for Madison Bumgarner.
Ooh, that was a challenge.
Well, Madison Bumgarner, he's got a lot of confidence, and he showed it right there. He went right at him. This is right out there challenge. Fastball right at the belt.
Oh, and 1 to Paul Goldschmidt. High and deep to left. And this is gone. Goldschmidt did not miss the next one. And it's 4-1. That's his 4th of the year. And he now has 12 RBIs.
Second night in a row, the Giants have been bit by a 2-out, 3-run homer. And there was no doubt about this. You could tell again, just watching the reaction from Madison Bumgarner, that he knew this one was not coming back.
So here's Trumbo. Trumbo homered in the 2nd inning. And this is lifted out to Blanco in right field. And that'll end the inning. Goldschmidt's home run gives the Diamondbacks the lead. It's 4-1.
Paul Blart Mall Cop 2, starring Kevin James, in theaters April 17th.
D-backs now with the lead. It's 4-1, and here's Joe Panik. Panik struck out looking in the second. He takes a strike. Crawford and then Bumgarner. Bottom of the fifth.
That's 3 taken fastballs for strikes for Panik.
Yeah. Foul down the left field line. Nice play by Otta here.
Otherwise known as Gary Frelick, our ball dude. Hunter Pence on the right. Getting closer to that day where he's going to start to be allowed to swing the bat.
Up the middle, and Panik's got a base hit.
Well, all you music fans, check out the Giants Music Series 3-pack offers. That's right, Music Series 3-packs. The packs include a ticket to the Metallica Day game on Saturday, May 2nd, and 2 of the Orange Friday Happy Hour games, featuring live musical performances pregame in Seals Plaza. For more information on the Music Series 3-pack offer, go to sfgiants.com/minipack.
Here's Crawford. Crawford drew a walk in the second. And a curveball for a strike.
I'm impressed with that curveball from Archie Bradley tonight. He's had a real nice command of it. And he's throwing it really in every count. And he's even used it as a kill pitch in a 2-strike count. What's impressive about it is how he wraps around that outside corner to the left-handed hitters. He just missed.
One ball and 1 strike. Giants need base runners. Panik gets back.
Nicely done, Panik.
Giants need base runners, and they need some crooked numbers on the board. They have not put up a crooked number on the scoreboard here at AT&T in the first 4 games of the season.
Down the left field line, this will sail into the seats. It's 1-2 now to Crawford. Bumgarner on deck, and then the top of the order. And tight 2-2. Bradley with 71 pitches. Timeout is called.
So Gojewicz, the catcher, telling Archie Bradley, start it over. And I think that usually happens when a catcher's not completely sure what's coming.
Hit on the ground to Ahmed on the back end. That's one, and that's two. Do they call panic safe at second?
He's still standing out there, so maybe they did. I'm not sure if Owings, the second baseman, stayed in contact with the bag. That's Barrett, the second base umpire. Let's take a look. That's close. Watch the left foot. No, he never got it.
So a good call, and here's Bumgarner.
I mean, it would have been a spectacular play.
So here's Bumgarner now with Panic at second base. That's where if you're the runner and you don't really know what's going on, it's smart just to stay on the bag until you find out what's going on. Here's Bumgarner. Breaking ball hit on the ground to Nick Ahmed, and Bumgarner's retired. Because your natural instinct is, all right, I'm out. You get up and you run off the field.
Yep. I think this is a big at bat in this game. Giants going down by 3 runs in the top of the 5th. I think it's important that they answer, even if it's just put a run up. Let the D-backs know you're out there offensively. And they got the right guy up there. He's been hot.
And the first pitch is outside. 1 ball and no strikes.
The best arm in the outfield for the D-backs is in left field with Inciarte.
Here's a strike. Uses that breaking ball again.
Yeah, 1-0 count.
And the 1-1 is in the outside corner, 1-2.
Some have been strikes, some have been balls over there.
Nice block. It's 2-2 now to Nori Aoki with Panic at second base and 2 outs. And the 2-2. Nope, 3-2.
A little too low, a little too far outside. Well, you did get a second strike of this at bat called out there. I mean, you got to have some guts to take that one.
Foul. Oh, he just slaps at that fastball.
Another quality pitch for Bradley. Next pitch for Bradley will be number 80 on the night. His last outing in 6 innings against the Dodgers, he threw 115 pitches.
Tap to third. And Hill throws out Aoki by a step, and that ends the inning. Wasted leadoff single. We'll head to the 6th.
'86, the day when a catcher was asked to play third base. Bob Brinley tied a major league record, and then he set a major league record. 4 errors in the 4th inning, but he didn't stop there. In the 9th inning, he would hit his 2nd home run of the game, and it would be a walk-off home run of the 9th, and the Giants would win that ball game. And Roger Craig called it his hum baby game of the year.
Big hop for Duffy. Hill is thrown out.
Best catcher I ever threw to right there. And he was the manager of the Diamondbacks when they won the World Series in 2001. He was the guy that set it all up. And in Game 7 against the Yankees, he had Schilling and Randy Johnson both pitching that game. There's BB.
He fully admits that those 2 guys made him a pretty good manager.
Well, he was a good manager. He was a great catcher and a great teammate.
Owings takes a pitch high and in.
I said he had 2 home runs in that game, 1986. He hit a game-time RBI in, I think, his 3rd at bat. And then his last at bat, he had the walk-off against Paul Ossenbacher. A remarkable day. He said that after he made the 4th error, he kind of left his body, went up above the stands and circled around. It was an out-of-body experience. But, you know, he never complained about being asked to go over there. He just took the assignment.
In a lot of ways, you got everything to lose when you do that. But you certainly gain the respect of your manager and your teammates.
Yes, he did. Although Mike Lacoste, the starting pitcher, was not enthusiastic after the fourth error was made. He was out there.
Two and two to Chris Owens. And for the third time, Bumgarner strikes him out. All right, let's check in with Amy G. Amy?
All right, gentlemen. Brandon Belt has been working a lot with Will Clark while here on this homestand. I asked him about it today. I said, what's it like to work with the Thrill? He said, I don't just get to work with Will Clark. I also get to work with JT Snow. I feel so fortunate to have that opportunity. He says, when those guys speak, you listen. And if you look around baseball to Brandon, he can't find two better coaches. He did add, when you work with Will Clark, get ready to have some fun. He likes to razz you, and you need to be on your A game to have something to come back with. Guys?
All right, thanks, Amy. This is hit out to Blanco out in Triples Alley. And Bumgarner's going to have a quick sixth inning. For the Giants, it'll be Blanco, Pagan, and Posey, and they hope it's going to be more. It's 4-1 D-backs.
Bay Area is brought to you by Heffernan Insurance Brokers. Insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com and by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
Well, follow the Giants all season long with MLB.com @bat, the #1 app for live baseball. You get live look-ins, replays, radio broadcasts. You get all kinds of good stuff. Get MLB.com @bat for your smartphone or tablet. Is that the horn blower?
That is the California horn blower.
Not that popular tonight, the horn blower.
Well, everybody's inside. It's a little cool out there. That's what I'm saying.
I got you. Maybe it's just a practice run. Here's Blanco. Blanco has walked and he's bounced out. And he takes high, 1 ball and no strikes. Foul back. In at third is Hill. Out of respect to the bunting ability of Gregor Blanco.
Oh yeah, Gear Deli, hot chocolate.
Did you guys want nuts as well?
And
Nuts?
hot fudge sundaes.
No nuts?
Good, good, good.
Kryptonite.
It's the line that never goes down.
That's my partner's kryptonite.
That is my kryptonite. I cannot say no. But at least you know what to get me if I'm going to the electric chair.
Yeah, more than just that, though. I got a long list. One and two to Blanco. Blanco on the ground. A lot of work tonight for Chris Owens. 1 out.
Bradley has not had any command problems to speak of. He had a couple of walks. One of them scored back in the first. And then a 2-out walk in the second that never got to second base. 2 spring trainings ago, he came in with a lot of reputation and just really didn't do a whole lot in spring, and he was nibbling. I mean, he just didn't believe in his stuff, thought he had to make the perfect pitch every pitch. This spring was different. He came in with a little attitude, and here he is in the rotation, pitching well.
Plus, he's got good stuff.
He does. Got 3 good pitches.
Down and into Pagan, who's 0 for 2.
The thing, too, about Bradley, I think, he could put a 95, 97 up there on the gun if he maxed out. I don't think he's throwing max effort. He's throwing at a speed he can control, and he's done a nice job of it.
Foul back, 1 ball and 1 strike.
And up here, what impresses guys is location and movement. And if you've got speed to throw in the mix, all the better. But if you're just throwing straight, no location, 96 and above, they'll wear you out.
1 and 2 now to Pagan. Mr. Posey waiting. In tight, 2 and 2. Pagan in conversation with C.B. Buckner. So Pagan waiting on the 2-2 pitch, trying to get on for Posey. And he taps it to third. And Hill just throws him out. So Buster will bat with 2 outs and nobody on. How about on that list, that electric chair list, how about a cheeseburger from the Olympic Club?
I'm in. That's on the list.
It's on my list, I can tell you that.
It is on the list. That's a good one.
Buster's singled and he's bounced out. Nick Ahmed, the shortstop, made a great play to throw him out. And on the first pitch, skied out to right. And that will end the inning. Through 6, 4-1, Diamondbacks. Local Toyota dealers, very similar to a lot of our game summaries. 4-1 Diamondbacks Bradley's been good. Bumgarner's given up 2 home runs, 1 a 3-run shot, and that was off the bat of Paul Goldschmidt, and that was the one that hurt. And that's your Toyota game summary. So Bumgarner back out, and he will face Nick Ahmed. Ahmed opened up the 5th inning with a base hit. And then he rifles this one down the left field line, foul. Bradley's on deck, and then it'll be Ender Inciarte. We are in the 7th inning. Another sellout crowd here tonight on a beautiful night. Inside corner strike, 0-2. Bumgarner now with 82 pitches. And this is foul just below us.
Oh. Nice play. Right below us. Game or bad?
And she knocked it down and then picked it up.
Yeah. And he gives it right back. Bare-hander too.
I think that ball came up and clipped her.
Well, she with her hand, and we kind of rattle around a little bit. Maybe got a little chin action. Not a problem.
Pagan moving over.
Well, the Warriors are starting their playoff run. Game 1 will be Saturday, 11:30 a.m. Then in Game 2, Warriors take on the Pelicans. Coverage starts Monday at 6:30 p.m. You'll see it on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Game 2 will be live on Comcast Sportsnet with Fitz, JB, and Ross. Games 3, 4, 5, and 6, if necessary, will also be on CSN. So check it all out, and we wish them nothing but the best.
Here's Bradley. Bradley with a foul to the backstop. Bradley's struck out and then trying to bunt. He popped out. So both pitchers still in the ball game. Bullpen getting the rest. Foul back, 0-2. Bumgarner, like he does a lot, he'll take that new baseball and he'll get some moisture from his wrist or his arms, and he'll rub that baseball up. Bradley, a big healthy swing. It remains 0-2. See if he does it again. Yes, he does. Matt Duffy coming down the line at third will put it away.
Pitch count really not an issue tonight for Bumgarner. Cruising with 88, 2 outs here in the 7th. And it really wore on him his outing in San Diego. He only gave the Giants 3 innings. And one thing he prides himself in is eating innings.
Inciarte is 1 for 3. And he takes wide for a ball. 1-0. 6 hits for the Diamondbacks, only 3 hits for the Giants. And that's fouled out of play. That's a Nori Aoki type of swing from Inciarte. Goldschmidt, who had the 3-run home run. So he's got a pad on the back of that left hand.
He broke that hand last year. Cost him a lot of the season.
Look out. And that curveball hits Inciarte.
He didn't go last time he was on base with 2 outs. Be interesting to see if he goes here after being hit by a pitch.
Pollock doubled on the right field line. His ball hit the line and then bounced into the seats. Bumgarner will keep an eye on Inciarte. Mike mentioned earlier he does have a steal. He's also been thrown out on the season. Pollock goes that way again, and it's out of play.
I think that's the whole goal. Go with the location. Bumgarner's going to try and backdoor that outside corner to Pollock. He's going to go to right field with it. Outfield is pretty straight away. Slight pull in the infield with Panic, the second baseman. And there is a big hole on the right side.
Inside corner, another than 2.
And Pollock immediately rubbernecks back to C.B. Buckner, the plate umpire. He thought that was inside.
And another soft toss to first.
Inciarte just really hasn't given us the impression that he's even thinking about stealing a bag. And this is a steal situation here for a leadoff hitter with 2 outs.
Duffy. Got him. Belt's going to lead things off, followed by Duffy, Panic, and then Crawford. It's 4-1 Arizona. On the Diamondbacks, and Belt's going to lead things off.
Lead things off here, an Irish night. Giants looking for a little luck.
Belt and then Duffy. Outside 2-0. Overshift is on. Hill is playing to the right of second base. The shortstop Ahmed is actually at his position. And they must have got a scouting report that Belt will bunt, because otherwise there's no way Nick Ahmed would be playing that shallow.
See Ahmed in shortstop position. In short.
2-2.
So we needed to comment on that 2-0 changeup for Bradley. I mean, that has been a good weapon of his tonight. Throwing a lot of good pitches that were not fastballs and fastball counts. Look at it. Matt Duffy on deck.
Got him.
And a 3-2 curveball.
All right, Dodgers make their first visit to San Francisco next week. It'll be Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The Tuesday, Wednesday games are night games. The day game is on Thursday, the 23rd, at 12:45 start. So get your tickets. Go to sfgiants.com/tickets. It's the fourth strikeout for Bradley. Here's Duffy. It's also the second time that Belt has struck out.
Well, that was a quality curveball on the 3-2 pitch. I can tell you how impressed I am with that curveball that he's throwing tonight.
Oh, 2.
And he doesn't look like he's losing a lot of steam. 98 pitches into this outing, and he's got a nice rhythm going. Everything is crisp.
Tap to third. Got him.
It's easy to see in watching Bradley's effort tonight how he shut out the Dodgers in his first start in Arizona. He won hit up through 6. Walked 4, struck out 5.
So here's Panic. Panic is the last base runner the Giants have had in this game when he singled to open up the 5th. A little flare to left, and it's going to fall.
Well, that breaks a string of 8 consecutive outs from Bradley, and he finally gets into stretch here with 2 outs to face Crawford. Just a little jam shot on a fastball, and this is a thing. Bite. See now a pitcher, you see a guy make a face like that, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I agree. New pitcher when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and brake experts. There's your new pitcher.
Oliver Perez, 5th time that he's come in. 1-0 with a 5.4 ERA. Low 90s fastball and a breaking ball. But he's got some creativity with how he delivers the ball.
Foul back and out of play. Take a look at Joe Panik in this face that he made. That's the Nuschler right there.
That's the Will Clark Nuschler face right there. No wonder Will Clark liked this guy a lot. When Joe Panik came up last year, Will Clark said he's the real deal.
And check out his Nuschler.
And he's got a Nuschler. And you just saw it.
High and deep to right. Trumbo back out of here. And Crawford gets the Giants right back in this one. We just need to see a lefty.
Well, you're right. That'll stiffen up your front side. And they give you play coverage on the outer half. And he finally breaks a hitless streak. And this has to feel pretty good. Middle in. They set the target away, and just a flat-out miss of the target by Perez. And Crawford takes on the big part of the yard, and that is home run number 2. And boy, do the Giants need that.
And here comes Chip Hale. He does not want Perez to face Bumgarner. All right, the Nuschler and the big fly. It's 4-3 Diamondbacks. The new pitcher, it's Brad Ziegler.
Now he's the submarine guy, and he's off to a great start. Just 1 base runner, 4 1/3, 2 strikeouts. A lot of ground balls with this guy. Not going to blow you away with velocity, but he's got a lot of movement from that submarine delivery.
Hector Sanchez pulls the first pitch foul.
Sanchez pretty predictable swinging at that first pitch.
Yes, indeed. And that pitch is down low. Gene Machi in the bullpen. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. One and 2.
That's the one you're really doing him a favor when you put out a swing on that one that starts at your knees, because by the time it gets to you, it's almost hitting the dirt, because he will put some sink on a fastball. With that delivery, it's what you get. Ziegler staying down low, saying if he's going to swing it at once, maybe he'll go at it again. Bumgarner's night is done.
Got him. Crawford with his second of the year. And when it leaves the yard, it's bye-bye, baby. It's 4-3 D-backs. Bradley and Bumgarner.
Now keep in mind, this is Archie Bradley's second start in the big leagues. He opened up his career in Arizona against a Cy Young Award winner, Clayton Kershaw, and here he takes on Madison Bumgarner, the World Series most valuable player. But believe it or not, he's the second pitcher ever to do that.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and brake expert. Here's Goldschmidt.
It happened in 2002 with Randy Flores of the Ranger. Faced Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson in his first two starts. So Archie Bradley he stood up against Madison Bumgarner. Really a pretty well pitched game by both guys. Bumgarner's got to be happy with how he threw the ball tonight. He has to be happy with what he got out of his curveball. So the work that he and Dave Rigetti did between starts has paid off, but for one mistake. And it cost him 3 runs. Second night that has happened to a Giants starting pitcher.
Goldschmidt hit a home run in the 5th. It was a 3-run home run.
0-1 fastball. They tried to get in on the hands with it. He just left it out over the plate. And as hot as Goldschmidt has been, he is not going to miss mistakes.
Machi and Goldschmidt, their history. This is bounced to Panic. Goldschmidt now 1 for 11 lifetime against Machi. Another sellout tonight. 41,545. 331st consecutive. Here's Trumbo, who homered in the 2nd inning. Since then he's popped out twice. This pitch strike, and it's 0-1. And that pitch is down low to even the count.
Last year, Trumbo really had some foot problems. Turned out that he had a fracture in his foot. We're talking about an easy way to throw off your mechanics as a hitter.
Swing.
Try hitting around a crack in your bone in your foot.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it would feel very good. Let's put it that way. One-two pitch. Here it is. Got him.
Good fork ball. True fork ball, not a split. He really puts it deep into his fingers, between his fingers. Reminder to stay tuned immediately after Giants baseball for Esurance Giants postgame live highlights, reaction, and analysis. And it's all coming up right after the game.
Here's Hill. Hill is the one guy that's got big ownage on Machi. He's 5 for 8 with 2 doubles.
You know, the movement of the fork ball comes back into a right-handed hitter, and Aaron Hill is a good middle hitter. I mean, he likes that ball on the inside corner.
There's a strike to even the count. For the Giants in the bottom of the sitting, they'll have the top of the order. It'll be Aoki, Blanco, and Pagan. Right back to Machi. And Machi has a very nice 8th inning. Top of the order. That man's going to lead it off. It's 4-3 D-backs. A 4-3 lead. You see some of the sights and sounds of this ball game tonight. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and brake experts.
Take the numbers. Look at the numbers from Daniel Hudson. He's out to a good start. Fourth time that he has been into a game. 1 strikeout. He's going to put a ball on the ground. He's got a good sinking fastball. He's found a nice home in the Diamondbacks bullpen.
Here's Noriaoki. He's 1 for 3. David Peralta goes in to play left field. Moving from left to right is Inciarte. So Trumbo's out of the game.
Not someone give you a slider and a changeup to go along with that sinker. But you're going to see a lot of fastballs. That has been his bread and butter since the start of the season.
Slowly hit as it kicks off the mound. Got him. Nice play. And that'll bring up Blanco.
Nick Ahmed has played a very clean shortstop tonight for the Diamondbacks. Ball really had a lot of steam taken off of it when it hit the mound. It forced Ahmed to have to come in and redirect and make this play on the run. Great balance. He makes it look easy.
Here's Blanco. Blanco 0 for 2. Drew a walk and scored in the first. Blanco's bounced out twice to Owings at second base. There's Casillas. Out of play.
High velocity sink. It's a commodity when you can consistently locate around the knees. You don't give up a lot of home runs. Throughout Hudson's career at the big league level, he gives up 1 home run about every 10 innings, and that's good.
Blanco up the middle. More work for Ahmed, and he makes the play. 2 outs. And that'll bring up Pagan. Pagan tonight has struck out and he's bounced out twice. And now trying to get on for Buster Posey. Shortens up to bunt. And that ball missed somewhere. 1 ball and no strikes. Out of play.
Just pounding that outside corner with movement running away from the left-handed hitting Pagan. I mean, he's forcing Pagan to think left field in this approach. Setting up out again.
Nick Ahmed. All 3 plays, 6-3. 9th inning coming up.
Just kind of major league record.
by authority of the San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC.
It's a 4-3 lead for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Machi stays out. He'll face Owens, Gosewich, and Nick Ahmed.
So Addison Reed, the closer for the Diamondbacks, getting heated up.
Chris Owens tonight has struck out 3 times. Duffy has it on the big hop. 1 out.
Well, at least he didn't strike out 4 times.
Nope. Gosewich is 0 for 3, lined out to right field in the 4th. Giants in the bottom of this inning will have Posey, Belt, and Duffy. Those are the 3 scheduled hitters. Good pitch by Machi. That's 95.
He could go 95. He's got a loaded mid-90s fastball. You know, he's another guy that doesn't max out with a fastball, but he's got some giddy up. He was a 2-pitch pitcher forever in the minor leagues. Quick pitches. I like the quick pitch. I mean, what is hitting's timing? Pitching is upsetting the timing. And watch, he comes into a quick pitch. Yeah, here we go. Be ready. But when Machi picked up the forkball, that's when he got to the big leagues. But he always had a good fastball slider combination. But Machi was just a little short.
Don't forget to check out Sportsnet Central tonight after Giants postgame live right here on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area.
For Gene Machi, it took him 13 years to get to the big leagues. And most of that time he was a 2-pitch guy, but when he got the 3rd pitch, climbed that ladder quickly. Oh, nice play there, gentlemen. Right below us. Brought his glove, made a nice play.
Tap foul.
But it really is a career perseverance for Gene Machi. And it illustrates just how important one pitch can be to a guy. And all those years he was in the minor leagues, I mean, he threw hard. But when he got that 3rd pitch, that extra speed, different story. And there is that forkball.
1 and 2 on the no swing. That's Chris Siegel. I can't remember the last time I've seen an umpire actually call a swing.
Let's take a look. Did he go? Yeah. See you later. Chris Siegel, obviously an old hitter, not an old pitcher. That's the line where you and I have the argument. You're a former hitter, you say no swing. I'm a former pitcher, I say absolutely.
What are you talking about? I thought he swung.
Are you coming over to the dark side?
No, I'm just honest. Umpires are just not calling swings anymore. Down the right field line. Foul. Into that Virgin America suite.
Well, that'll liven up the party. Well, I think the right person got it. Well, I mean, he had it for a second, rattled off the hands into the chest. So he took the heat, and she got the souvenir. And if he'd have brought his glove, oh well.
Well, this has turned out to be pretty good at bat. There's no switch against Machi.
10-pitch at bat. You do that, you've had a great at bat.
In the dirt, so he gets it to 3-2.
Trying to sneak attack with a little slider. And that used to be his kill pitch, his specialty pitch. That and the fastball, go get him.
Nick Ahmed's on deck. And Machi wins the battle, and it was a long battle.
Yeah, 12 pitches into it. He gets him on a forkball. So the feisty Gozowicz heads back to the bench. And Machi wins the 12-pitch war. You see the forkball. And that thing just dies. Well, that was an area where Gozowicz had to extend. He had to cover it.
Here's Nick Ahmed. And a curveball. Just off the plate. Machi thought he had a strike. Peralta's on deck should Ahmed reach. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Posey will lead things off in the bottom of the ninth.
And Addison Reed is in Buster Posey's book. He's got a home run against him.
Hit on the ground, and Panica makes the play. Machi 6 up, 6 down. Posey, Bell, Duffy, 4-3 D-backs.
we go back 7th inning in a 3-run deficit. D-backs on top of the Giants, but Brandon Crawford steps up and hits his second home run of the year, a 2-run shot in his middle of a 1-run ball game. And for that effort, we're going to make Brandon Crawford, who snapped an 0 for 23 streak, our Honda player of the game.
And it's time for a change in Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and brake expert.
So Addison Reed, the closer for the Diamondbacks, coming in. He's a fastball slider guy. He's got some sink on the fastball, but he's got a really good slider. It's a strikeout slider.
And here's Posey. Mr. Posey tonight is 1 for 3. As Mike mentioned, he does have a home run in 3 at-bats lifetime against Addison Reed.
Ooh. That's the one he was hoping to get. Just a belt-high two-seamer with no sink on it. And Posey fouls it back. You can see the look on his face. He thought he should have done a little more with it.
In the dirt, 1-2. There's Belt. And Duffy. Mr. Posey with an emergency swing fouls it out of play.
He fought off some fuzz right there. I mean, I don't think he can throw a better slider than that. Reed, a big guy, 6'4", 230 in his 4th year at the big league level.
Two and 2.
Good teaser. You got count leverage 1-2. I mean, that's where you want to put that slider. I mean, Addison Reed knows that Posey's got him with the long ball. And the Giants have hit him well throughout the years.
Posey on the ground. On the ground throw, not in time. I think Owens had plenty of time to get up and throw.
I was a little surprised by that. And Posey has average speed at best, even when sniffing out a hit.
Remember, the Giants used Hector Sanchez as a pinch hitter. There's the play by Owens. I think if he had a chance to do it all over again, he would try to set himself. That was a nice play, though.
Oh, it was great effort. But Giants get a leadoff hitter on by way of the base hit.
So here's Belt. Belt takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Bochy's lost his mind over in the Giants dugout.
Well, I mean, that's a big pitch when you're trying to gain leverage in an at-bat. Definitely a pitcher strike. I mean, we've seen it call a strike tonight. We've seen it call the ball.
Belt fouls it out of play.
Reed going right back out there again. He's basically saying, if you're going to take me deep, you're going to have to do it to left field. No big surprise. I mean, the movement on the fastball from Reed's going to run away from the left-handed hitting Brandon Belt. If he throws a pitch inside, it's a mistake. But he's on top of him now, 0-2.
On the ground, foul.
And that was a mistake. And he got away with one.
Well, the overshift is on again for Belt. Literally nobody from the hole at short to the third base line. Outfield deep. Taking away the ball hitting the gap. Kozowicz setting up away. And it's 1-2.
So he goes soft way off the plate. And I think he did that just to put another speed behind the belt. I think he either wants the back foot slider or put something in the dirt with that breaking ball, or just pound that outside corner with sink at high velocity. And you got to have some guts after the first strike was called. I mean, you know that there's a little width on that outside corner, and taking a pitch like that, I mean, you got to believe in your eye.
Well, let's see if Kozowicz is thinking about coming in now.
Staying away.
Reached out over the plate just a bit. It's 2-2.
That move looked like it had cut. And that would change the movement that Bell has seen in this at bat. That's a two-seamer. But look at that. I mean, that's a hanger right there. Not a lot of sink.
Well, the other way. On the move is Peralta. He'll make the catch. Posey has to hustle back. Here's Duffy.
Last night, Matt Duffy hit his first big league home run, and it was no cheapie. I think he had 4 in spring training. He was amongst the team leaders.
Well, tonight he's bounced out 3 times. In the dirt. Kozowicz keeps it close. It's 1-0 to Duffy. Duffy's the very best on this team as far as going the other way, and of course he's got that hole with Goldschmidt holding on Posey.
I tell you, one of the toughest type of pitchers to get greedy with is a sinker ball. But if you're going to do it, this is the count to do it in. And they stay away from the fastball. 2-0 slider. Duffy in the greed mode goes after it. But he just learned the slider. Maybe you see that pitch for a first strike, then a third strike. When you learn a new pitcher.
Two and two.
One thing we've consistently seen with Duffy, especially when he gets in a 2-strike mode, is he will think right field. And he does it against righties and lefties.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Fouled out of play. Duffy in a battle right now. It's 2-2. Ooh.
Now he had a shot to go out of the strike zone 2-2, and this is some kind of pitch right there. He did not miss by much, and somehow Duffy laid off it.
Three and 2. Posey goes. Foul back. He got a fastball.
The only reason he's going is to stay out of double play. Reed just has too much of a reputation putting the ball on the ground with the slider and with the sinker.
And Duffy needs to make contact.
You're right. If you're going to send Posey, you're betting on contact, no doubt.
Posey goes. Foul back again.
One of the reasons that Duffy is on this team is the way that he battled all spring, and if that's just like this, and he's putting up a fight now.
Three balls, 2 strikes. 22nd pitch of the inning coming up. Posey goes. On the ground, diving, picking it up his hill. His throw is in time. Posey down to second.
We have seen tremendous defense in this game tonight. And Aaron Hill just puts his signature on a nice play. Knocked it down to the bare hand, quickly to his feet. And that was a heck of a battle. But the Giants do get a runner in score position.
So here's Panic. Panic's had a couple of hits tonight. One ball and no strikes. Panic has faced Reed one time and Panic to a walk. That's the history between these two.
The best arm in the outfield is now in right field. They moved Inciarte to right when they brought Peralta in the ballgame. Posey, average speed at best.
Panic with a foul straight back. 1 ball and 1 strike. On the rail watching, it's 1 ball and 1 strike. High into right center field. A long run for Inciarte. Inciarte dropped it! Panic is headed to third. This game is tied. Giants can win it.
Well, that's a 3-hit night for Panic, who've been slumping. And here with 2 outs, He gets a hanging breaking ball middle in above the thigh, but with the way that they play right field here, you never really trust a high fly. You can see how far over towards right center Inciarte was, and he just misjudges the ball. And once Panic saw that ball drop, an easy scamper to third.
And they're going to walk Crawford, and Casey McGee has got a bat. I thought he had it.
I did too. I thought he was going to catch it.
He went a long, long way, and it would have been a nice catch. So Casey McGee is going to take his first at bat since Game 2 of the San Diego series.
Now, in that ball game, he had an at bat where he took a swing, took about 3 steps out of the box, and collapsed. He had a real sharp pain in his left knee. It turns out that he had a bruise in his knee. And has kept him on the shelf since then. And this is one that I'm sure Inciarte would tell you he probably should have had. We all thought he was going to catch it. The ball just had too much height. And then it did not hop into the stands, which was another break for the Giants. And that's significant because against right-handers, Addison Reed likes to bury that hard slider in the dirt. And you've got pretty good speed with Panic at third base. The pressure becomes a lot different for Gozowicz, the catcher.
McGee has faced Reed twice in his career. He's 0 for 2. Crawford goes in a swing and a miss. This will be Casey McGee's first at bat in this ballpark in a Giants uniform. The kid that grew up around here.
Santa Cruz
wanted to something. Crawford now at second. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
So 2 pitches, 2 sliders, and he showed him his kill pitch early here.
One ball and 1 strike. Tapped foul. It just rolled foul. Had some backspin. 1 and 2.
3 pitches, 3 sliders.
Panic at third. Crawford at second. All back. Good swing on a fastball.
Yeah, the first one he's seen, so he kind of pitched it backward, trying to sneak attack into the fastball on a 1-2 count. 3 sliders down around the dirt. Now he tries to go up around the letters with 92 miles per hour. That's a pretty good pitch. And McGee fought it off to see another one.
One and 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. We're working on a 34-pitch inning.
Now, when you go 34 pitches deep into an inning and you're throwing a lot of sliders, that slider has a tendency to get a little bit diluted. The opportunity to hang one increases each time you throw it.
And a full count. On deck is Nori Aoki.
I think Gozowicz is going to come out and say, listen, you got an open base here. If you walk him, it's not the end of the world. Think a quality pitch. Don't just lay it in there.
Three and two. And he walked him.
Nice at bat. And indeed, he took the option. Throw it off the plate away. And the fish weren't biting. So that sets it up for the Giants' hottest hitter.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and brake experts. We'll be back. They have the bases loaded with 2 outs. And there's your new pitcher.
Andrew Chafin, the other lefty in the Diamondbacks bullpen, coming out right now. And he's off to a great start. 6 1/3. He's given up 2 hits. Just 2 base runners, 4 strikeouts against no walks. And he's got a good fastball. You'll see a low to mid-90s with the fastball. He will cut, he will sink it. He's got a good hard slider, occasional changeup. But I doubt you're going to see the changeup against the left-handed hitting Aoki.
So Lincecum running for McGee. So here's Aoki, who's 1 for 4. No balls in 1 strike.
So Chafin opens her up with a hard slider. And Aoki could not lay off.
Panik at third, Crawford at second, Lincecum at first. Oh, 0-1 to Aoki. Nice block by Gozowicz. 1 ball and 1 strike. Comes back with another one.
Done it all night long, and we saw it early in the year in our series watching the Giants play the Diamondbacks in Arizona. Gozowicz just a good ball blocker. And you just can't have the fear that it's not going to get blocked. If you're out there on the mound throwing a breaking ball, especially ahead in the count 0-1, you want that ball to be in the dirt.
One and 2.
Good breaking ball. 3 pitches, 3 sliders. Chafin, a rookie.
Again in the dirt, 2 and 2.
Now a little bit tougher there. Farther out front, it hits the dirt, if you're the catcher, the higher bounce you're going to get. And the higher the bounce, the more unpredictable. I mean, that's a scud. Way out in front of home plate. That was a great play by Berziewicz.
2-2. Got him. Panic knocks in Buster Posey all the way out into Triples Alley. Tied the game. We're going to the 10th. Another game for you right at the top of the hour. It'll be game 2 of this 4-game series between the Giants and the D-backs. This is the home of your world champion Giants. The home is Comcast Sports Net. It's 4-4 here in the 10th.
New pitcher now for the Giants will be the left-hander Jeremy Affeldt. See what Affeldt has done in 4 games. 5 base runners allowed. Low to mid-90s with the fastball. Good sink on it. Big curveball and a split.
And the hitter is David Peralta. He'll be batting for the first time. Oh, there's Calendar.
He's a happy boy.
In the dirt. On deck is Inciarte. And then Pollock. Joe Panic to his right, next to play, 1 out.
Because of the movement of the fastball that Affeldt has, lefties oftentimes will hit a higher average than righties. So for him to get a ground ball from a left-handed hitter, you know that sinker's working good. Santiago Casillas starts to loosen up.
Here's Inciarte. And he fouls it off the backstop. 1 hit tonight in 3 trips. He was hit by a pitch. Bumgarner and Bradley get, what do you like to say, a good workout?
Yeah, well, they both did get good workouts.
And no decision.
Bumgarner, a strong 7th. Got to be very happy with how he threw the ball tonight. And Bradley backed up his great first start in Arizona with another great start tonight. And here we are tied the 10th.
Seagulls, they do not get extra innings.
No. They have not figured out extra innings. They figured out the 9th innings, that's when they usually show up.
And now they're not very happy. Many are circling Pagan in center field. As Affeldt now has fallen behind 3-1.
Well, it's not a bad time to have an umbrella in the stands if you're sitting in the bleachers.
Absolutely.
And I am being serious.
Slowly hit. Belt by the bag. Steps on the bag. 2 down. And Bruce Bochy's coming up. So Santiago Casilla is going to come into the game. He'll come in to face A.J. Pollock. And we'll be back.
New pitcher now for the Giants will be Santiago Casilla. Good time that he has come in. 2.45 ERA. Casilla, you'll see low to mid 90s with the fastball, depending on the grip. Curveball. More cutters this year than sliders, and he'll also throw a changeup.
Here's Pollock. Pollock is 1 for 4. His numbers lifetime against Casilla. 1 for 7. There's a pitch down low. Goldschmidt on deck. Deep to left, down the line, gone. A.J. Pollock, a 2-out home run here in the 10th to give the D-backs the lead. And it came on a 1-0 pitch, his first of the year.
And the later the game goes, the more hitter-friendly this ballpark becomes because the wind stops. The fastball away from the intended target, belt high, middle in. And then it's just a matter, is it going to stay fair or is it going to go foul? Take a look at the flight as to just how fair this was. Gone.
So here's Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt hit a 3-run home run in the 5th. That's the 3rd home run hit by the Diamondbacks tonight. High and deep into right center field for Gregor Blanco. And that's going to end the inning. So the Giants have to do it again. It'll be Blanco, Pagan, Posey, and Belt. It's 5-4 D-backs.
On Saturday, 11:30. That is game 1. Game 2, you can see that game. The Warriors take on the Pelicans. Monday at 6:30 p.m. You see it right here in Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. The authentic home of the Warriors playoffs is Comcast Sportsnet. So game 2 will be live on Comcast Sportsnet with Fitz, JB, and Roz. Games 3, 4, 5, and 6, if necessary, will also be on CSN. Pre- and post-game coverage of game 1 live will be seen from the Oracle right here at CSN.
So Blanco to face Andrew Chafin. And a good fastball for a strike. Blanco's 0 for 3. He did draw a walk and score in the first. Two balls and 1 strike.
Right-hander Evan Marshall. He's thinking about Buster Posey.
Two-one pitch. 3-1. Think Infinities is still open?
Oh yeah, are you kidding me? Packed. Infinities, the little island of the Bay Area in Manhattan.
And the walk.
Now it's decision time for Chip Hale, the skipper of the Diamondbacks, as to what side of the plate he wants Pagan to hit from. Does he want him to swing it for the left or the right? And he's thinking he's going to send Mike Harkey, the pitching coach, out to talk about it. And this is going to be a scout report to talk about how he wants to go after Pagan.
So a good at bat from Gregor Blanco. He started out the at bat 0-1 and he got the walk. So here's Pagan. Pagan's been swinging a hot bat tonight. However, he's 0 for 4. Broncos got a big lead. One ball and no strikes.
Ball 5. Broncos get to steal.
There's a strike, so Chafin gets back into the strike zone. It's now 1-1. Posey on deck. And a toss to first, soft toss. Blanco back easily. One and one to the Giants center fielder. Out of play, 1-2.
Well, he was looking for something up, and he got it. Posey chalking up on deck. Diamondbacks do not employ doubles defense in the outfield. They're pretty standard with their set.
On the ground, Hill knocks it down again. His throw is offline. And now Blanco's going to go to third. And the Giants have runners at the corners with nobody out.
Well, Kuiper, infielders made a lot of great plays throughout the night, as Hill has. Does he have a tendency to get a little greedy?
I just think he slipped.
I don't know if this was a good throw to make.
I think you're probably right. But after making one just like that, he probably thought, you know what, I'm going to make another one.
Man, I got to believe that's going to be a hit and an error.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
So Chip Hill coming out. He's going to go to his right-hander.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy. Oil change and auto service. Your oil change tune-up and brake experts. Marshall is the new pitcher.
And the game of babes are rocking. They did not leave early. So it's going to be Evan Marshall. You're going to see more sink. Go the mid-90s with the velocity. And he's been getting hit around a bit. 7 hits in 3 innings. He will put the ball on the ground. He's a 3-pitch guy. Fastball, slider, changeup.
You saw Pennington now at short. Posey's got a little ownage on Marshall. He's 3 for 5 with a double lifetime. Down low, 1 ball and no strikes.
Some of those situations here. I mean, you get a ball down in the dirt right there. Even if you think you could take second as Pagan, you might think about anchoring down at first base. Because if you take that base, you're going to lose Posey. And really, if you're Evan Marshall, you do have an open base here.
You do.
You don't have to give Posey a whole lot. Just as you mentioned, the success that Posey's had against him. He sees him well. That you know. He's proven it. Gozovich is putting on a clinic. That's another great block. The ones that are unpredictable are fastballs and splits. And this is a fastball. And it's way out in front of home plate. Almost hits Gozovich in the throat. And yet he kills it right in front. Nobody can advance.
Two-0 to Buster Posey. See if Marshall comes into the strike zone.
Being very careful. Posey will have the green light.
Yes, he will.
Bunch the gap in right center, give the lines. Straight away up the middle. Slight pull on the second base side.
Well, kind of a high strike. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, generous strike. I mean, T.D. Buckner's looking for strikes. But that may work in the favor of the Giants. It keeps Posey in the box. Let's put it this way, Posey's not arguing.
And they're loaded.
So he had a base and he used it.
Well, here's Belt. Belt has never faced Marshall. And he's due. Belt is 0 for 4. Foul back. Had a rip.
94 on the outside corner with a 2-seam grip, had movement running away from Belt. And Belt was on it.
Speed at third, speed at second.
Good changeup.
Oh, that's the equalizer right there.
Good changeup. Circle change. 2-seam grip, and you can see the tail just go away from Bell, and he's way out in front.
At the plate to stay alive.
Another changeup, and I mean, he just ticked the red seam of that baseball.
(0-2). Blanco, Pagan, and Posey are your base runners. Got him.
Stay with the changeup down below the strike zone. And Belt cannot lay off. In a strikeout situation, Evan Marshall comes up big. And he gets what he's pitching for.
Here's Duffy. Duffy is 1 for 3 in his career against Marshall. The one hit, a double. And a strike, and it's 0-1.
Steals strike one without little slider. So Marshall, who didn't want any part of Posey, issues the walk, and he has made nothing but quality pitches since. And he's got no room for error. Those bags are full. And just like he did with Belt, he goes to the changeup. The Giants are not picking it up.
Ball 2. On the ground towards the hole. That's dropped. Tie game. And they stay loaded. Pennington just into the game. May have had a play at third, but that's it.
It's got to be a base hit for Duffy. I mean, that hand had a magic wand knock in a while, and they get one here. You're right. His momentum to the play would have given him an opportunity to get a force at third, and he could not get a handle.
So here's panic, and now the infield has to come in.
As does the outfield.
Timeout was called. Pollock had no idea where he was supposed to be.
Well, Pollock started heading in for the infield, and he was completely out of position.
And C.B. Buckner decided that he needed to call timeout.
I think it may have been Gozowicz, the catcher, who saw that Pollock was completely out of position, that called and asked for the time.
Panic on the ground. Goldschmidt's going to come home. They get one there, and that's it. So nice play by Goldschmidt. And here's Crawford.
And with Pagan coming down the line, Goldschmidt knew he didn't have time to get to the bag, touch the bag, and then go get the out at home. He had to make sure he got the force at home. I mean, that's the game right there. There's too much speed from Pagan.
So here's Crawford. Wait a minute. Crawford homered in the 7th. Justin Maxwell's on deck, but he will not hit in this inning. One and one to Crawford. Two and one to Crawford. Crawford faced Marshall just one time. He's 0 for 1.
ball gets a little heavy.
And
he splits the uprights. And why not?
Gotta do it again.
Runs the count full. 3-2, 2 outs. He has to throw a strike.
Got him. And that'll end the inning. Giants tie it up again. Go ahead to the 11th.
And Arizona, San Francisco knotted up at 5 apiece. Earlier tonight, a very special moment with our San Jose Giants special guest and a special person. You're looking at Brian Stowe getting to throw out the ceremonial first pitch. Stowe's 15-foot toss, well, of course, it received a standing ovation, and fans will remember nearly 4 years ago he almost died after being beaten outside of a Dodgers-Giants game down in Los Angeles. He suffered severe brain damage, but he is improving every day. We're so glad to see it, guys. Stowe said he loved throwing out the first pitch. He said, when do they play again? Do they play tomorrow? I could be here tomorrow. Dwayne and Mike.
He'd be a hit every day if he threw it out.
Yes, he would.
So here's Pennington to face Santiago Casilla. Pennington came in on the double switch. And a strike on the first pitch. Pennington is 2 for 7 on the season. Bounces this one right back to Casilla. Cabell, 1 out.
If you're thinking about who's got the stronger bullpen at this juncture of the game, you would have to say the Giants. There's only one guy left in the Diamondbacks bullpen. That's Randall Delgado, the right-hander. The Giants have Javier Lopez, Sergio Romo, Ismael Petit, George Cantos, Ryan Vogelsong. So they have a lot of innings. In their mind, this game going for a while, and that clearly was an advantage.
Here's Hill. Hill bounces this one, and Crawford adjusts on the ground ball. And here's Owen.
Number 16, Chris Owens.
Owens tonight is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Yeah, that pitch was low and in.
He got missed by much. Frustrates Casilla. He thought he had a strike.
Giants have 2 hitters off the bench that they can use. They've got Maxwell and they've got Arias. 2-0.
And in that regard, the Diamondbacks have 1 extra guy. And that's Tomas Pacheco on the left-hand hitting Lamb. And that's kind of how managers approach extra innings, as to how many innings their bullpen has, how many moves you have on the bench. How much can you extend your bullpen? When's your next off day? A lot of things go through your mind. But right now, I think Bruce Bochy would use all 25 guys to get this win. Guy's trying to snap a 6-game losing streak.
And a base hit for Owings. And that'll bring up Tuffy Gozowicz. Now you got to keep an eye on Owings. He might decide to take off. The pitcher, Marshall, is on deck. So Lamb grabs a bat. On the ground towards the hole and into the hole. I'll tell you what, Lopez just got up. He's going to have to get ready fast.
Well, so is Randall Delgado, the pitcher for the Diamondbacks in their bullpen. He's the last guy to have of the bullpenners. If they're going to bring in another pitch after him, it's going to have to be somebody out of the rotation.
Well, Casilla is going to end up facing Lamb. Unless Rigetti takes him out, which is unlikely.
Well, it is Bruce Bochy's birthday. Turned 60 years old today. And I think he'd like nothing more than to wrap this one up and have a nice little present with a victory.
Yeah, you're right.
But it has not been an easy night. Been a good ball game, though.
So here's Lamb. First pitch high, 1 ball and no strikes. Peralta's on deck. Foul back, 1 ball and 1 strike. Takes a good rip, this kid.
Yeah, he was on that. He was sitting in the driver's seat in a 1-0 count. Got what he was looking for. Fastball middle away.
High, 2-1. Good speed at second with Owings. Not close. It's 3-1.
He got underneath that and had a little push to it. So once again, Lamb in the driver's seat with a 3-1 count.
Three-1. Milwaukee.
So staying away, two-seam fastball, movement just off the plate away, a little bit up. So he had an open base there and used it, and that's going to bring in Javier Lopez.
So Lopez coming in. The bases are loaded, and we'll be back. And there's the new pitcher.
Javier Lopez coming in. Sixth time he's come in. And in those previous 5 appearances, he's amassed 2 innings. He's given up a hit and 1 strikeout.
And he's going to face a right-handed hitter.
With the move to the left-hander Lopez, Chip Hale, the skipper of the Arizona Diamondbacks, says, I'm going to throw my right-hander in. And this is a major league debut.
Yasmani Tomas.
I beg your pardon, he had an at-bat yesterday, but he just got called up. In 5 years in Cuba, this is what he did.
No balls and 1 strike.
Javier Lopez will give you low to mid 80s with velocity. He'll give you 2 or 3 different arm angles. Slider, changeup, curveball, more changeups to righties.
And it's pulled on the ground foul, another than 2.
Tomas likes to use the right side of the field.
See where Buster Posey sets up. Right back to Lopez. Side retired. Giants are coming up. Going to be this Saturday are now available at any one of our 10 Bay Area Giants dugout stores. The dugout store locations have the largest selection of gold player jerseys. So check it out. They'll be wearing those on Saturday. 5-5.
New pitcher now for the Diamondbacks will be the right-hander Randall Delgado. This is what he has done in 5 games. Off to a good start. 4 base runners and 5 of the third. 4 strikeouts. You're going to see pretty good fastball. He can go low to mid-90s with the fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. Good stuff. 6'4", 220-pounder. He's 25 years old. His 3rd year at the big league level. As Manny Tomas stays in the game, he's in left field.
So a quick 0-2 to Maxwell. Nori Aoki is on deck. The 1-2 to Maxwell. 2-2.
So a quick 0-2, and he throws a couple pitches that fall off the strike zone away, and Maxwell lays off. An opportunity here to go out of the strike zone if he wanted to.
Got him.
And a changeup for the payoff pitch.
Here's Nori Aoki. One for 5 tonight.
So Aoki asked for timeout. Buckner would not give it to him. You're going to ask for timeout. Stay in that box. That's a rough strike right there.
And Aoki rolls it foul.
Watch him cry and call timeout, but Buckner never, ever gave it to him.
Very high, 1-2.
Yeah, but umpire thinks that a pitcher has started and it's too late. He's not going to give it to you. And I don't fault Buckner for not giving it to him. That would have been a rough at bat right there.
2-2.
If he'd have pulled the trigger on strike 3 there.
Got him.
Again, the changeup for the payoff pitch, just like he got Maxwell, he gets Aoki. See the circle change grip, the little circle with the forefinger and the thumb on the side of the ball. That's just a great changeup right there. He's got full confidence in that pitch.
Here's Blanco. Blanco. Pops up the first pitch. In foul territory. And a nice inning for Delgado. 12th inning coming up. Here in the top of the 12th.
New pitcher now for the Giants will be Sergio Romo, coming into his 5th game. Off to a great start. A couple base runners and 3 1/3 with 5 strikeouts against the 1 walk. Romo's been throwing the ball very well since coming out of spring training.
And he will face the Diamondbacks leadoff hitter, Ender Inciarte.
Big Romo fans, why not? He's been good.
First pitch, late call strike.
Gift. Inciarte is not enthusiastic.
Better the first pitch than the last. Serves this one into center field for a base hit. So speed at first with nobody out. Pollock hit a home run in the 10th to give the Diamondbacks the lead right down the line.
Well, that put the smiles in the Diamondbacks bench. The Giants would tie it up in the bottom half of the inning. Brought the smiles back to San Francisco. And again, Bochy respectful of the steal possibility. Inciarte's been on base 4 times tonight. He has not yet tried to steal.
And Pollock bunts it foul.
It's an interesting play because if you bunt Pollock, they're gonna walk Goldschmidt. You're gonna lose him. I don't know if that was a play that Pollock did on his own or if Chip Hill, the manager, put it on it. And I have to believe that Chip Hill definitely wants Goldschmidt to hit this inning.
And a quick toss, and back is Inciarte.
Pollock's got enough back control where they can put a play on him. With Romo's control, he's usually around the plate. Start a runner, move a middle infielder out of position, open up a side.
Low and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. It's been Bumgarner, Machi, Affeldt, Casilla, Lopez, and now Romo. There's a strike, 1 and 2.
Comes by way of the front door. And he will do that on purpose. He has exceptional command with his fastball, though they set the target away. This may have been just a nice mistake.
Pollock 0 for 7 lifetime against Romo with 3 strikeouts.
Big frisbee, perfect location. So an unproductive at bat. And there's the no dot. They just break a ball that doesn't tip its hand to a hitter. And that's always been the deception of Romo when he throws his slider. He doesn't give away the pitch with that little red dot that you normally see on a slider.
So here's Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt 4 for 14 against Romo. Runner goes. Pitches inside. Posey's throw is in the dirt. So a stolen base for Inciarte.
And Goldschmidt immediately looked into the Giants dugout once he stole that base. You see the jump. And he had a good jump.
And Goldschmidt will be walked.
I mean, it's hard to argue. You want to put a base runner in scoring position, but you do not want to take that out of your best hitter's hands. As hot as Goldschmidt has been, and he's been on a tear. He had the big swing of the bat tonight with the Diamondbacks, a 3-run homer back in the 5th. But he will not hit here.
So here's Pennington. Pennington hit in the 11th, and in the 11th he bounced back to the pitcher. Nice play, Buster Posey.
Indeed. You do not want to give up that 90 feet between second and third for free.
And that comes just about at the 4-hour mark in this game.
Posey in a squat, long time. Here he just saved his team 90 feet. Yeah, that caught a lot of bare hand too.
Well, you see Inciarte, he really thought about going.
He did.
ball and 1 strike. Cincinnati at second. Goldschmidt is at first. And Romo will just keep an eye on Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's good. That's good speed of the base pass. I mean, Cincinnati a flyer, but Goldschmidt, he can run for a guy his size.
One and two.
I'd like to know if he called that on the location of the swing.
That's what Pennington's asking us.
Goes at him with a slider. I think he called it on the swing.
Still keeping an eye on Enciarte, as he should.
Oh, yeah. Cannot get lax now mentally if you're Romo. You've got to really watch the runner at second.
Two and two.
Trying to wrap it around that outside corner. Backdoor style, just a bit low. And that was the plan. You see the target from Posey.
Two and two to Pennington. Knocked him up. Infield fly rule is called. Here's Hill. Hill is 0 for 4 with a walk. Five to 5 here in the 12th. Cincinnati opened the inning up with a base hit. Stole second. And the 1-0. Swinging a drive into left center field. Aoki is not going to get it. 1 run scores. Here comes Goldschmidt. He is going to score as the ball gets by Buster Posey. Romo wasn't backing up. And the Diamondbacks take the lead at 7-5.
And that is the first hit Aaron Hill has ever had against Romo. 0 for 10 with 4 strikeouts. And they got a hanger, middle in. They set the target away, and this thing lays right out middle in, mid-thigh. And for a guy who likes that middle in part of the plate, that was right to his wheelhouse. Not a whole lot of Aoki could do.
So here's Owings. And a strike to Owings. 7-5 Diamondbacks. Swing and a miss. Nothing in 2.
That's a rough error on Brandon Crawford.
That is.
He moved up from second to third because Sergio Romo did not back up a base.
And that'll end the inning. Hills double, knocks in a pair at 7-5 D-backs. And they lead 7-5, so it'll be Angel Pagan to try to get on base.
So Randall Delgado, the pitcher for the Diamondbacks, starting his second inning of relief. Very impressive in his first inning. And this is a big at bat for the Giants. Getting that leadoff hitter on. Just to get Delgado in a stretch.
Posey to follow, then Belt.
Well, Delgado's a get it and go guy. I mean, he wants to work quick.
Here's a 1-0 to Pagan. High 2-0. Aoki's sitting over there going, well, wait a minute, you gave him timeout.
That's exactly what he's thinking. And Pagan's deliberately trying to slow Delgado down.
Two balls and one strike.
Pagan was taking a strike all the way.
Two and two.
And a changeup, two-seam grip, and that is a generous strike. But we have seen it called before tonight. The zone has been inconsistent.
Hit on the ground into right field, a base hit.
That is a huge at bat for a lot of reasons. Obviously, you get the leadoff runner on. You get Posey up there to represent the tie and run. But it puts life back in the Giants dugout.
Couple of singles tonight for Buster Posey. 1 ball and no strikes.
Got a softball, and that's unusual for a guy who he could throw high 90s at times with velocity. Big breaking ball, slow one at 79. Posey way out front.
I think Buster saw this and thought it was going to be a hanging breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Pulled foul.
Again, slow, slower, and slowest. Chip Hale has 1 bench player left. That's Jordan Pacheco.
Oh, Randall.
And then he has his starting pitchers.
Way outside, 2-2 to Buster Posey.
Bochy has Joaquin Arias on the bench. That's the last move that he can make with a player. But he does have 3 relievers left. Petit, Contos, and Vogelsong. And then he's got his starting staff.
2-2. And a full count. You're right, that's 95, and he doesn't throw it very often.
No, we've seen him go higher. We've seen him 98 the ball, and he's got a good arm. But I think he feels like he's got a magic pitch in that changeup. A magic pitch in that nobody can hit it.
Just got a piece.
And there was the magic pitch, a changeup.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Pagan goes, taking a high fly ball left center field. It's in the park. 1 out. Just missed it.
Just got underneath it. You gotta think about that because he just missed it. Well, Josh Coleman, they're supposed to be the starting pitcher tomorrow for the Diamondbacks facing Jake Peavy. So it really is not a surprise if you know Coleman's story for him to take the ball.
So here's Belt. Belt is 0 for 5. Breaks his bat. This could be a tear, and it could be the game. And Belt beats it out.
The Diamondbacks may take a look at this one on the back end of this play. Right off the end of the bat, high flip, which is really the only reason why they did not turn the double play. Bat head flying almost all the way up to second base. He did not complete the double play. He clearly beat it out.
So here's Duffy. And Duffy takes in tight. 1 ball and no strikes. 2-0.
More soft stuff from Delgado.
Belt goes. It's outside, 3-0. Joe Panic would hit.
So, Rosewitz going to come out there and have a little chat with his right-hander.
Here's the 3-0 to Duffy. There's a strike. 3-1.
Take it all the way, as you should.
Three and 2. Belt at second. Duffy represents the tying run. And this is hit into the gap. And it's going to knock in Belt, and Duffy is going to represent the tying run at second base.
So, I mean, a great 2-strike, 2-out at bat from Matt Duffy. And the one thing that really was a feather in his cap this spring is he had a lot of at bats like this. It allowed him to make the 25 that went north and open it up. And here, he gets a Beltheim challenge, and the Giants crawl to within 1. They're not dead yet.
Well, Panic was in this spot in the 9th inning. And he tripled in the tying run. Was that hit in the 9th inning?
It's a little breaking ball that laid out over the middle of the plate at the knees. And a ball we thought Inciarte probably should have had. He did not go it up. The Giants would tie it. And here we are. He has a chance to do it again.
Pretty good speed at second in Duffy. And a strike, and it's 0-1.
First pitch changeup. And we should not be surprised at any changeup that Delgado throws. I mean, it clearly has been his go-to pitch.
Out of play, another in 2. Out of play again. He came in with a fastball.
Well, he put him to sleep with a couple off-speed stuff and tried to sneak attack him to 93. And it gets very, very short in 2-strike situations. He will let you supply the power. And he thinks back up the middle. And another block for Gozowicz.
He has had a ton of those tonight.
Well, you're right. He's earned his meal money. Another scud way out front. It's right in the chin. And look at the ball. It deadens it right out in front. And when that happens, the runner has to stop.
And the 1-2 up the middle, and he caught it, and that's the ball game. So a game that's over 4 hours and 15 minutes, and the Giants came back twice in this game, had a chance to win it in the 10th, and they lose it here in the 12th.
Well, a tough one to walk away from a losing team, especially when you've already lost 6 coming into tonight's ball game. But a lot of life in the at-bats, a lot of good 2-strike at-bats. So for a Giants team that had been slumping offensively, this was a better game.
Final score, it's the D-backs 7 and the Giants 6. Thanks for joining us, and stay tuned. Esurance Giants postgame live with interviews and the wrap starts right now.